Good evening and welcome. So, Factorio, I guess. I was planning to play some Star Rupture because it said that it was available today, but it was available until 7 o'clock. So half an hour or 1 hour ago, it shut down. So yeah, that kind of threw a little wrench in the whole thing. But there's always Factorio, and I cheated you from a Factorio session yesterday, so, well, why not? Why not indeed? So, winning either way. Thank you, Dude in the Park. Very kind of you. Yeah, so that also means that I was sort of planning on. Well, the thing is, my schedule is that I want to play Alchemy Factory when it comes out. And it comes out on Friday, and I'm not streaming on Fridays, and I'm not streaming on Saturdays. So that's going to be Sunday, which is a Factorio day. So I might be waiting until Monday, whatever. So, but it's certainly not on Wednesday that I can play it. So I actually have a game that's an old game, but it's a game that I am extremely fond of that you don't know. And I'm just having so much fun with it. It has incredible depth for how simple it is. And I played it a little bit when it came out. And it's just one of those games where just one more game. It has this exactly like one more game. It's an older game, but it checks out. It absolutely does, Cement Cat. It's an older game, but it checks out. So that's what we're going to be playing on Wednesday. And I don't know. It's just one of those games where I'm just one more turn, and I'm just having so much fun with it. And there's just like it does what Civilization should be doing. Like every time you have a turn and you're sitting there and wondering, like, because for me Civilization turned into just like marketplace, library, bank, university, and then it just became like that. But here it's just everything you sort of like, oh, should I do this? But then I won't have enough of that, or I should save up this for that. So it's a card game city builder, and it makes no sense, and it's fucking awesome. So yeah, I'm having fun with it. So that's what we're gonna be doing on Wednesday. I'm even thinking so far as to say, like, if I have time on Friday maybe, then I might like do a little love letter to this game. I'm not gonna say it because I want you to come back on Wednesday and experience it with me. But we have played it before, and it's fun. Yeah, it's just one of those games where I've after the stream yesterday, I just booted up a game. I'm just play half a game, and then it went at 3 o'clock. I was like, I have to go to bed now. I have to go to back. I have to go to bed now. So, Colonization was such an awesome game. I love that. All of my knowledge about the founding of the U.S. comes from Colonization, pretty much, and it's yeah, it's not the it's not entirely inaccurate. Sometimes you're like, here's some name and go like, oh, I know that reference. It's it's from there, like Hernan Cortez plus 50% to the attack power of privateers. So no, it's not Colonization, but Colonization was a good game. Now, someone just mentioned Colonization. Colonization, I really love that game. I don't think it's as good if I played it again, because I kind of had the same experience with some movies that were sort of shining really bright in my mind. Like I remember, this is we're gonna go on tangent because it's a tangent day. Um, I remember when Eyes Wide Shut came out. Like, it's so sexy. Oh, there's this sex cult. Ooh, oh dear. And I watched it now, and it's just like that looks really awful. So it's like 50 rich dudes and 8 prostitutes. Like, You can get better odds just if they're rich dudes. Why don't they hire their own prostitutes? Why do they have to sort of stand in a circle and wait to be picked? It's just and with those odds, you might as well go to a swinger club. Like it was like, what the hell is this? Is this supposed to be like kinky or hot or what? What is this? It makes no sense. And I also watched and the pacing was atrocious in that movie. Um, and then I watched The Game, which is also another 90s movie that I really enjoyed. And it was so. I remember it was like, oh, it's such a mindfuck movie. And I was like, no, it's not. It's banal. It's trivial. And I was just, it was awful. Yeah, it was. But I'm not sure we were awful for the same. It's just like it was so hyped, and but I think it was like, well, Stanley Kubrick's Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman at their prime. Wow, so much hype. And then when you sort of look at it 20, 30 years later and go like, I don't really see it. It's not a classic in any way. So it just doesn't make sense. It's it's not a good movie by my standards. But and the game was okay, but again with the pacing, I think that something has happened in storytelling. Like I know that Marvel has Marvelified everything, where everything just has to be a one-liner, and that's not what I'm looking for. But I think that Christopher Nolan movies, the dialogue is so much tighter. You can't hear it though because of all the explosions and just random noise in the movie, so you can't hear a damn thing. But you can at least read the subtitles and see what's going on. Must be like an absolutely atrocious job to be subtitling Christopher Nolan movies because you can't hear a damn thing, which I don't get it. But yeah, used to watching with subtitles, so that's fine. Yeah, but and Tarantino movies also have like a really crisp dialogue and sort of really good pacing back and forth, and that's I like that. And but while most of those older movies, they're really, I don't know, meandering. I think we're like, okay, it feels like they kind of get stuck in a scene and they're sort of like, how do we get out of the scene? In Eyes Wide Shut, there's like a 5 minute scene where the point of the scene is Tom Cruise goes in and says, "Have you seen this guy?" And then at first it's a no, and then with a little pressure, it's like, "Oh yeah, he left. Oh wait, by the way, he was bruised and he was carried out by two goons, but nothing out of the ordinary here, and he didn't pay." Like that's the essence of the scene, but it just becomes like, oh, this hotel clerk is flirting and back and forth. It's like, what is this? Like, why? And maybe I don't know why, but yeah, it could be all sorts of things. Of the YouTube video, what if the time was created by Nolan? ah. Oh, Tenet is not supposed to be understood. And something that I find the most fascinating about Tenet is that all of the words, they're from this 5x5 matrix. That's a tablet that's found somewhere where it says Tenet, and then it also says Sator, and Sator is the bad guy, and it says something, a Pero, something else, and they like all those 5 letter combinations are part of the Tenet movie, and it's never referenced, which is really funny. Like you have something, a real historic relic that is sort of the foundation of the whole movie, but it's never mentioned, which is really interesting. So, but yeah, I think it's also, yeah, I think my interpretation of Tenet is that the pacing is so rapid, the dialogue is rapid, the cut, this everything, so that it's a spectacle. You're forced to stop trying to figure it out because now it's another now it's another scene, and now something else, and then you get an emotional journey instead of an intellectual journey, because if you decipher it and break it down, it's just gigantic plot holes. You could drive Harry Potter through the plot holes of that movie. It's that gigantic plot holes, but when you watch it the pacing is so fast that you're sort of like, oh my god, oh, it's backwards, oh, it's himself, oh my god, without thinking like, that doesn't really make sense. Like, why is this backwards, but that's not backwards? And this one's like, why do you freeze when you get burned? Like, oh, come on. Like, now you're just coming up with stupid things. So, if an into time dilation, if not to be understood, yes. Well, that's the thing, right? It's because it's telling a story. It's not a documentary. It's not like Primer that wants everything to be internally consistent. It's more like Star Trek that wants to tell a story, and here's some plot devices to tell the story. It doesn't matter if it doesn't really make sense because it's just plot devices to tell the story. And the pacing makes you sort of not have time to stop and go, and then come out of the movie afterwards or watching it afterwards and go like, hold on, this just doesn't make sense. I can't really put my finger on it, but this is just not making sense. Like there's something completely off about this premise here. But you know, it's interesting and fun and all that stuff. So I like that. And yeah, I like time traveling movies. No Star Rupture today. No, unfortunately, they stopped the playtest an hour ago, so not today. As me, I like this series. Last Samurai Standing. Hope there will be a second. Last Samurai Standing? What? What? Which one? The Last Samurai that was on the Japanese one? What? I don't know. There was a samurai series. Shogun. No, that was the Shogun series. That was really good. As you can make out the logic error if you have no idea what's going on. Exactly. It's kind of, you just, it's so rapid that it's, yeah, you can't really sort of stop to think about, like, hold on. Why? Like, if you look at it at a cursory sort of level, like, oh, this bullet moves backwards in time, so it's already embedded, and now it gets shot back into the gun. I'm like, but the gun is not, and the bullet is reversed, but the gun is not, and I don't know what are the rules here. Like, how does that work? So type of Hunger Games, but with samurais. New series on Netflix. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Never heard of it. Doesn't really sound like something for me either. But yeah. I watched, tried watching Pluribus because it's so hyped. And it's so boring. And I also tried watching Severance season 2, but don't spoil it. I watched season 1 and it was like, yeah, okay. And then I watched season 2, and what I can appreciate is the scenography. Is that what it's called? Yeah. And the no, the cinematography. The scenography would be in on a stage, but the cinematography is really awesome. Like how you can make a bleak 90s office just look amazing and just different, and tell a story with like interesting cuts and different angles, and like it's so well done from a cinematography perspective. The story is, I don't know, I couldn't keep up. I mean, not that you couldn't keep up, it was just I couldn't be bothered. It's about this as meaningful as the whatever work they do. So yeah, so not really having any good shows lately that I'm watching. But maybe I think that's also something, like it comes and goes. Like sometimes there are good shows, and sometimes I'm in the mood to watch shows, and sometimes I'm not. So yeah. What we're going to do today is we are going to dive into some Factorio. And oh, by the way, something I should mention is that maybe you can see it somewhere on the chat, but there is a discount running. I got a message from Twitch that says, oh, your discount hours are about to run out. I'm like, my what? So apparently I have 70 hours of discount, but 7 batches. So potentially 7 times 10, but I'm not going to be streaming 10 hours. And I can sort of activate it. So I have 7 streams between now and the end of the year where I can give 35% discount on gift subs, 5 or more gift subs. So I thought, you know what, we're just gonna activate it today because I don't even know if I have 7 streams left for the rest of the month. Probably rest of the year. So that's in case anyone wants to use that. Then it's there, and that's how it works. Game Song of Sticks? No. To watch Sherlock again. Yeah. Next 4 hours. 5 hours. Because I had to start it before I started the stream, so I had to activate it for 5 hours. But whatever, it's so. Sherlock? What? I don't know. I think Sherlock is. I think it sometimes forgets that it's not a superhero movie. That's the best description I can say about, like, I like it, but I hate the way that they put sort of impossible situations and then they get out of it and go like, oh, that's not really, I mean, now you're just superhuman. So like, and I don't like the way that villains are sort of omnipotent, because you generally have Moriarty and like, oh, so he's a mastermind. He's even greater mastermind than Sherlock. That's fine. But, and it was like, oh, but I got you now. And then suddenly there are lots of laser pointers pointing at Sherlock. Like, so Sherlock and Watson entered this location that was completely empty. But apparently it wasn't completely empty because there were 10 snipers that are in league with Moriarty that's hidden, and neither Watson, who was trained, combat trained, or Sherlock noticed that there are 10 other people in this room. And who are they? And they're part of his organization. Where are they the rest of the time? Like, those are the kind of things where, like, yeah. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, it's one of those, like, my favorite example of that is one random Mission Impossible where Tom Cruise has to go through some air ducts and compression, and it avoids the airs, and he has to fly down and all sorts of shit so he can get into the core of this compound. And just so after he does all that shit, oh, and it's also, I think it's also one where there's a special walking identifier, so you have to walk at a certain pace and it recognizes your walking pattern. Like, that's incredibly stupid. But after all of this, there are 2 guards sitting there. Like, maybe you could have just impersonated one of those guards and just walked to work instead of going through all of that shit, because apparently those 2 guards, they got there without going through all the hoops. And I was like, this is always the problem, that when the bad guys, the villain needs bad guys, then suddenly he has an army of 100 people. So none of these 100 people leaked it. How do they get to work? It's in the middle of a desert, underground, hidden away. What do they eat? How do they get to work? Where are the rest of the time? Do they live there? Like, why are they living there? Like, those are the kind of things that it's and to think the mission might be very possible. Yes, it might very well be possible. But, you know, it's always those, like, blatant errors, like, how did that happen? At least if there's sort of like when the villain builds his evil lair and kills all the construction workers, then it's like, okay, there's some kind of consistency, and also just to illustrate that he's evil. So like, okay, no one can leak the secrets. Movie writing has been mostly frustrating lately. Yeah, it probably has been all the time. It's just that it's like with music. Like, the music that survived 30 years is not the bland one-hit wonders. It's, well, maybe the one-hit wonders, but it's the ones that stood out. And then you compare the classics from 30 years ago with the random crap today. And then, yeah, but there's probably also some stuff today that's good that will still be played in 30 years from now. So... yeah, same thing with old James Bond. There's always like a hollowed out volcano full of people that gotta, they get to work in the morning. But it's yeah. I don't do those kind of movies because they kind of fall apart for me. Yeah, the amount of generic movie 2 sequels. Yeah. On the other hand, sometimes when there's something good and you want to see more of it, and then afterwards you go like, "Ooh, I didn't want to see more of it." But sometimes the sequel is good. So, ta-da! Yeah, and another thing, like, why are they making remakes of good movies? That to me doesn't make sense. You should make remakes of good books with bad movie adaptations. Those are prime candidates for remakes, in my opinion. But you'd rather want to make like, oh, let's do Harry Potter again, let's do Lord of the Rings again. It's like, no, it was actually pretty good the first time around. No need to redo it. But Dark Tower, what the fuck happened to that one? That was so hyped, and then it was just like, has it released? I guess it came and went, and no one noticed. So, pretty movies. And Terminator 2, Aliens is better. It did, yeah, I know, but it's there are those movie adaptations that sort of are awful. I mean, there's a number of sequels that are better than the first one. God of War series, I'm scared. Well, I was so looking forward to The Witcher, and I was like, The Witcher with Henry Cavill, how can it not be awesome? Well, it could, unfortunately. And the Factorio movie, yes. There were 10 to 20 people who noticed, and I think so. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes like movies based on games are just rarely a success. Like, because what they should be. Like there are definitely good stories in games. There are also bad stories, but I don't know. I wouldn't think that Factorio would be a prime candidate for making. First of all, it's just as one character, and it's probably pretty CGI heavy. That convinced me not to work. Prince of Persia was a banger. Oh, didn't watch it. What comment Street Fighter were great movies? Yeah, I think so. I mean, for the time and all that stuff and the expectations. I feel like there was like a bad game that turned into a really good movie. I can't remember. Oh well. Right. So let's but Arcane and The Last of Us. Oh yeah, Arcane is like the best example. Like, how can you make on League of Legends? Well, Last of Us. The, I don't know. I couldn't watch it. I'm getting pretty allergic to Pedro Pascal and everything as everyone. So good. So let's talk about what we want to do today, because I don't think this is it. You think I make it tell me the Factorio should be pretty doable. Yeah, sure. Um, Less fandom and yeah, Fallout series. I think it was actually Fallout, but Fallout is also a great game that has an incredibly rich setting. So it is definitely, you have a lot of material to work with. Kids love the Minecraft movie, yeah, and they're making a second one, and it's just gonna make a fortune. It's going to be a pretty shoddy movie, but whatever. Right, good old Factorio. Let's say that we have this sort of under control. We're making some rare quality stuff. Um, did I burn through it? No, I just deleted it. So the question is now, what is logically the next thing that we would want to do? So, this is also a little bit annoying. If we overhauling Narvis, yeah, but no. Epic quality, yes, that would be. A GTA movie would be doable, yeah. Yeah, the WoW movie should be about Arthur's. Yeah, that would make sense. Right. we're not going to do legendary. This is not the time to do legendary. I think that if what so logically in my mind is that first we go through the whole game and unlock all the tech. Done. Then we sort of loop back and update things. Then we do the Prometheum science, which we did, so that we get some research productivity. Then, as part of that, we also do the rocket launchers, and then it's about getting lots and lots of good modules, and that's why we go to both Volcanus and Fogora to build some rare quality. And then now we say, okay, we can expect to say we have some rare quality stuff with not being able to consume Prometheum science fast enough, as I'm researching other stuff. Well, it's pretty slow accumulation, so you just let it sit there. This is why we have so many storage boxes, and you just request maybe 100,000, maybe 1,000,000 or something, and then you just let it sit there. And then you can always just put in a warning and say, okay, if it's more than this, then do that, and if it's more than that, then that's how I would do it. And I'd basically be like, with just this one ship going back and forth, when it's available, do some of that research. When it's not available, do some other research. So I would always say that priority is always researching Prometheum science. And if you run out of one of the sciences, then whether that's the Prometheum science or someone else, then do something else. Hey, Shen, taking advantage of the 35% discount today. Thank you very much for 5 gifties. Right, so this is just junk, but it's okay. It's our junk. I am not really interested in doing much here. Hey, Dasu, thank you for the 5 gifties as well. Again, taking advantage of the 35% discount. So now I think the next step is to scale up. How do we do that? How do we do that? What is the... thank you, Silver Cecil, for 200 biddies. I think Silver Cecil probably has won the most hype trains with those 200 bits. Yeah, so scaling up would be something we do on Volcanus. And I think it might be something that at this point we should make city blocks that do stuff. Whatever the hell that means. Design packs on Kleber and Aquilo will be fun. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. But I do think that it would be nice to have like a repository. Oh, this looks so good. This is such a good design. Look at that. What a beauty. It's compact. Yeah, so I think it would be great to have a design for different things on Volcanus, so that if you're sitting there and go like, why do I not have any? And they go like, well, just stamp it down. There you go, done. How would we do that? And what would be the thing? Then we also have the next question of like, do we build it like this in different, like, normal quality, rare quality, and epic quality, legendary quality, and then sort of design it through all stages? Or what do we do? I think one of the next things we would want is maybe It's too early to go for quality science. Yeah, quality science has no value anymore. I did quality science because it was fun, but it has no place. Very few exceptions. Also need to do space science as well, because that sucks. It was a fun thing, and no. But like some of these, they just continue chugging along. All what we did at this point in the game, in in the Let's Play was we started getting everything up to legendary quality, just slowly. And I don't think that's the right move. Eventually, yes, we want to get legendary quality. I don't exactly know how we're going to get there. But I'm more thinking along the lines of, okay, what is it we want now? Like, what is it we want? Is it better science? Because science would be nice, but I don't know if this is really, like, I like this for the starter build. I don't know if this is how we're going to be continue to do it forever and ever and ever. Because this is like really not great. And if you upgrade it to, then it goes up to 11, which is nice. And I really like this idea though. Like, it's so nice. Like, oh, you need more science? Okay, just bloop, done. Instead of sort of only having the science part and then go like, oh shit, now I need to get more stone somewhere. Where's my stone thing somewhere? I'm gonna bring it in. Am I gonna bring it in by robots? Nope. Am I gonna bring it by trains? Nope. So what am I gonna do? But then building the things here and then having some exceptions like low density structures and blue circuits, they are just gonna be built separately because they need to be shipped everywhere anyway. So they're gonna be outside the scope here. At least that's how I'm looking at it. No need to change the design. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the only thing is like, well, it is compact. How do I know it's compact? Because it takes up the whole space. And if it wasn't, like, I could easily just build a city block that only does the science, and it would be super much better. Except that then I'd have 17 other blocks just for the steel and the copper white cable and the blue red circuits and the stone and like all those things. I'd still have to have those. They would just sort of need to be in separate builds. So having it consolidated here so that the only thing we get inbound is lava is really nice. So one of the next things is a circuit upcycler, using the blue circuit productivity to sort of be self-sustaining. I'd want to rebuild Novice with foundries, implement better defenses for behemoth spiders. Patches will be running dry. Old smelting probably can't keep up. Keep up with what? Because that's the thing. Like, we're not really building anything on Novice. That's the part. Like, it might be yes. But I think that, yeah. Like, obviously, we could get it better here. But I'm thinking that as soon as we start sort of replacing this with foundries, awesome, easy. Then what? Then we start, okay, all of the belts go green. Yes. What about this? Do we still have that? I guess so. What about this? Oh, no, that doesn't make sense anymore. This also replace, and replace as well, but just remember, he built as one without changing Navis. Exactly, that's the part. Like, I don't think we need Navis for anything. We transition out of it instead, and it's also less fun to rebuild than it is to build something new. And even if it's checking out, but I don't know. What about rare tungsten products? That's actually a good point. But we also kind of do have that. There's actually one thing I want to see. Love it. I want to look at, where do we have a tungsten build? What? Really? None? We need some tungsten. There. There. That's a nice one. It's a nice way of deleting things and then just bring it back. Okay. I want to try something. And so what if we do this? 16% each. What is now happening? What would I like to have happen? I would like to export only rare quality or better. Is that a thing? Mm-hmm. That is the smallest space that we have here. Mm-hmm. And then this is an idea. I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm pretty sure it's bad, but let me play it out here. Mm-hmm. Is that a potential? Barely, but no. Productivity, I don't know. I'm just right now. We're just brainstorming here. Oh, look at that. That's actually so. You don't. Oh, crap. It also has another problem, and that is if I wanted to upcycle this, I should be able to send stuff backwards. Then I'm like, what happens when it starts upcycling and becomes better? Then it gets stuck. Legendary modules, yeah, but I don't have legendary modules. This is a problem, that one. Not working. Ah. Rocket silo. That one's fine. This is 6. But it's only 2 tiles. Ah, there. Oh, hold on. That's interesting. That means I should be able to put a... Ooh, look at that. I can actually put something here. I don't know what that would do, but... I don't know if that actually could do something. But there's a potential here. I don't know what a potential for what, because I can't put it back. Add the upstanding block. Because... This is an experiment. None of this has been tested. It's not like I'm already knowing the answer. So it's just like we try stuff and then see what happens. I'm also just not sure what the point of all of this is. I'm just feeling that it would be nice to go in here and then go. As soon as that spawns, then it's stuck. It's stuck, right? Yeah, it is. Why not always hand it back to the wagon? Oh, that actually might be what I should be doing here. See, it can be placed here, but then I can do it here. And then this one will be... One tile off. Or one tile wasted, but I suppose we could take... Hey Mark, thank you for the 69 months. Nice.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Could it be better by having these on one side? Yeah, it looks nicer, right? That's the same thing. Okay, so what is the speed of this? 2 per second? That's awful. I think now they jam if you only feed common back. Do I only feed common? I feed common or better back here. This one takes common, feeds common or better back here. And then we can use this to be extra certain of just going like... so we always have something. There's clearly too much. I also think that this might not even be necessary. It's much better to have more of this, and then we have an issue on the outbound side. But if I could do this, that would might actually be better. But now, how do we get stuff out? Oh. Yeah, I can't get those through. This might be you or less. And then that is just everything back, right? Whoops. Then the question is, does this... can it process everything? Because then it's just a matter of getting... epic or higher. Is it keeping up? Yeah, but... oh, it is also cleaning up this part. Okay, cool. I'm coming back in and use inserters to take rare cyclers. I don't want to take it out of the cyclers. Actually, I think this... that one might not be necessary. Because this one will feed it back in here. See, it just automatically push feeds it in, so it's not really necessary actually. But I do have to have this one open. I don't need 2 recyclers. No, it seems like this is fine. Ooh, legendary. That one is a little bit of a mystery how that happened. So let's see. We should have a... we should build this, including trains. Good. And then I think I want to run it for a little bit of time. If we run it for 5 minutes at 4... yeah. 5 minutes at 16 speed. Right, or maybe less, actually, just to get a sense of how much we actually get. And then we can sort of see what ratio it is. And also just make sure that it doesn't get... Okay, so if we're going to be running this for a few minutes, then any good ideas for things to rant and rave about? And of course, mining productivity is a huge impact in this. We've set it to, that's a, yeah, okay, 61 or 60. So I get plus 600%. Probably should be better to have it in the 900%. Let's actually do that. Let's actually set it to 900% because then it's a nice round number. This is, we can, and we have to redo it again. There, right? This just gives 900%, and we do that. And we try again. Feels something is missing. Something. There we go. Planning to take a look at Whiskerwood, by the way. Nope. I don't think so. I also didn't really see anyone playing it that much, and it's kind of... let me see. How do I say this the right way? Okay, so I'm better at games that warrant a lot when it's post 100 hours. Thank goodness, so the 67 months, 6-7 months, 6-7. So a game like that just doesn't lend itself to being a 100-hour plus game. It's like, oh, that's cute, huh? 2 weeks later, all forgotten. That's just my vibe I got from it. And therefore, I don't think it's worth going in. If I could sort of get it on the release date, and if there was a sponsorship, and then we could pay 3-5 episodes and a couple of streams, yeah, sure, it'll be fun. But I really should sort of... I get burned out. What? What happened? That's interesting. So it's not good at doing this. Damn it. Redo. Huh. Odd. But if it jams like this, won't it always then jam? Please sort of reserve one for each. Yeah, so, but, oh, yeah, okay. Is that a rare recycler? Yes, it is. No? It is a... It is a rare recycler. Okay, it's just when I click on it, this is not rare. Okay, so it is. Alright, so that's why I'm not thinking about Whiskerwood. So if I get these kind of games right when they came out, then sure, there's definitely a potential for it. But if I don't hit it at that point, yeah, it's not really. So I'm also next week. Yeah, next week. Yes, it's Monday, so next week. Going to take a look at Alchemy Factory. I don't know what I can expect from this, but I do think that it might be sort of similar in the sense that we can spend a couple of weeks on it, maybe just play a handful of streams, a handful of episodes on YouTube, and then it'll sort of be played out. Either because um, there is not enough depth to it, or because there are some feature mechanic that's just too frustrating to work around. Like for example, the crust. Like there was just it was just broken. It was so buggy that I just didn't bother with it at all. While other games like Icarus, for example, was it Icarus? No, Ixion was like a really cool story. So jumping right into that and keep looking at that story. Zhup, then it goes down. Zhup, there you go. Interesting. It is fast enough. It's just the switching thing. Yeah. Yeah, the arrow skills icon. Yeah. Yeah. So while I think that Star Rupture is a game that will play through the whole tech tree and have fun with it and learn some things and rebuild it because there are better ways of doing it, and I think that is at least 100 hours to put in that game, at least. And this is my method, my metric for what a good game is like. If I look at a game and go like, this is 100-hour game, then I really want to dive in. If I'm thinking like this is like a 25-hour game, yeah, sure, we can play it a little bit, but yeah, if I miss the release window, then I'm not really coming back to it. It's not actually fast enough. If you see, it is accruing here. And when it's full, then it will jam. At some point it should switch. There you go, now it's switched over to the rare quality. There you go. And then it goes back. After 500 plus hours in a game. Yeah, but I don't have a lot of games that I have 500 plus hours in. Factorio, obviously. Captain of Industry. Let me see, Darkest Dungeon 2? No, not even close. Darkest Dungeon 1, maybe? I'm just thinking... Satisfactory, obviously. Darkest Dungeon 1 is 500 hours. Oxygen not included? 700. Dyson Sphere is over 1,000. Like, my over 1,000 hours is... Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere. Over 500, that's Oxygen not included. Darkest Dungeon, Captain of Industry. So... The inserter's not rare, that's like really... I don't think it's the inserter. This one is working all the time, so it is the speed here that's the problem. We only have 40 something second left, so... But it's definitely not working, but I just want to kind of get a sense of what it would be like. Astroneer, never played it. There you go, and then it eats the... It's funny how it looks like. There you go. Super Seducer, I have no idea what that is. And when we do that, we just hit this one. And 3, 2, 1, and go. Alright, so now we can look at this. How much do we have? Yeah. Right. Now Minecraft goodies. Okay, so how much? What is the speed they're working with? They're working at 4 per second. So basically, if we get, let's see how much time it's actually did. So they was working for 5 minutes times 60 seconds times 16 craft 16 speed. That's 4,800 seconds, and it is producing 4 per second times 4 addition. Like there's 4 of them, so it has produced 76,800, and out of that we get 1,300. So it's a factor 60. So what did we learn from that? And let me see another thing. This is 5 times 16. Yeah, it's 80 minutes, so it's 1 hour and 20 minutes. 1376. So we're running it for 80 minutes times 60 seconds. Yeah. 4800 divided by 1376. The other way around. 0.28 per second. That's not great. I don't know what this number tells me. So let's say it's, if we include the other stuff, because then we're saying we're wasting 98.3 of your tungsten. That's another way of looking at it. Whatever. And actually not really. Because I'm also getting 9/10 for free. So it's 1/10 of that. It's about 9.8% of we are wasting, because the rest is free stuff. So, I don't know. That's not how your percentages work. But building stuff like this and then coming out and saying, okay, this is going to give us 0.3 rare or better per second. Maybe just kind of, what does that mean for us? Like, more demolishers. Yeah. So the funny thing is, like, we now got an answer, but we don't know what the question was. We got an answer that's 0.3. 0.3 what? 0.3 tungsten, rare quality or better tungsten per second. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with that, right? We can make it into here, which is gonna be a 1-to-1 ratio, or we can make it into here, which is a 4-to-1, but then productivity, so probably 2-to-1 ratio. So there's no upsiding with better ratios. Yes, there is. There is for, but the problem is that there are 2 different ones. There's nothing for tungsten carbide. Is there? There's nothing good for tungsten carbide. This is pretty miserable to use. Foundries, you can use foundries, I guess. Also because foundries can be made in foundries, so you could use foundries and foundries. And the other one here is the underground turbo belts. Do we have quality carbon? No. But that's also just called quality coal, so that's the same way. Yeah. Maybe we'll come back and do a upcycling block for these two subcomponents here. Anyway, let's take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, this is a design stream. So this, it's boring. What is fun to do is designing something. Let's get something over here. Oops. Boop, boop. This one. All right. So we have to do two things. We have to make this one for the turbo tungsten belt, and we have to make another one that uses this one, foundries. And then we have to figure out how the hell are we going to do that. I had a quick question when you're back about the module production, if that's okay. Yes. I know we were avoiding epic quality in general, but in order to get the modules affecting the module production up to legendary quality, is epic quality something you'd consider using whilst you're sat on your hands waiting for legendary materials? I do make epic ones. I'm just not prioritizing making epic ones. Oh no. Did I delete that? Oh shit, I did. Yeah, because this was at the end of a recording instead. Oh no. Alright, well that sucks. I have it somewhere, and I actually will find it, because that's gonna be this week's episode. Oops. I hope I saved it somewhere. Yeah. I don't see a need for rare tungsten plates. Maybe reactor? Later legendary power plants. Rare tungsten carbide for foundries miners would be nice though. Maybe it's foundry upscaling. Let me Nope, nope, nope. No. No. Probably not. Nope, 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 nope. You're right. You're absolutely right. Unfortunately. This one. Yes. No. Yes and yes. Right? So the first three needing is, so you're right. So we should focus on the tungsten carbide here. So how would this work? Normal. Uncommon. Rare. Normal, uncommon, rare. Epic and legendary. Because we have to also make the legendary, but this... Just kind of thinking about how we want to do this. I want this to run on a closed loop so that it doesn't rely on roboports. And I'd ideally like to make all of this. This can be made from lava. This can be made from lava. This is coming inbound. This can be made from lava with some hoops. And this can be made from somewhere, right? So, what would be... So what we need... The only thing we need to do... Only thing is... We need to have... random crap running on this belt, and that goes in into boxes. Maybe are there 5 ingredients? Yeah, 4 ingredients. Good, that's better. Into some 4 boxes. Does it need to go into boxes, or can we just let it run on the belt? Speed modules not better for carbide upcycling. No, I don't think. Initially, I don't think so. They can have an extra module in, but I think the keeping track of all of this plus the 60-second craft time is a little bit prohibitive. This is only 10-second craft time, and you have 60-second craft time and you get 1. Here you have 10-second craft time and you get 50, which means that you don't need many of the initial ones and none of the other ones, basically. Do we... Then I would say this one is taking... This is interesting. What are we actually going to delete? Because are we going to destroy the rare quality? Because, hey, rare quality foundries is probably what we want, actually. So it's probably only this. And legendary quality is also pretty good. So maybe only take the stuff that is low, this part, and everything that sort of spawns at a higher rate is just fine. But do we then... Yeah, we do have the option of getting these ones here. Yeah. Mr. Power, thank you for the 40 months of Prime.
Welcome home.
Chameleon Luck, thank you for the Prime.
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
I'm just kind of contemplating.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Activity, put it, thank you for the 11 months. And Shen with another 5 gifties. And that's a train incoming. Baby.
Tales of our endeavors.
Is it worth
proliferate.
it to just take some of the legendary foundries you produce here and box them instead of recycling? That's also what I'm doing here. Like, you can see I'm also here only taking the... If I get any rare, epic, or legendary quality, I'm going to keep them. That's the idea. And then I really do feel that I need this design here for these buffers. Crap. Woohoo! Duty Park! Thank you for the 2 bits. And that triggers a train. Let's try this. This one will be... Let's start from that side. So this is steel. And green. Oops.
Tales of our endeavors.
And Odin, thank you for 5 gift subs. Okay, so if you are noticing, there is a discount right now. A 35% discount for 5 gift subs or more. That's something I have been given by Twitch that I can sort of do a couple of times. 7 times this year. And I didn't know it was there, so I only sort of just noticed it. And Memsteak, thank you for the tier 3 for 26 months. That's as much as 5 gift subs right there. Hey, Garrison, thank you for 500 bits. Ooh, you're stealing the Hype Train bit leadership away. What was the last thing? I can't remember. Ah. That one. Good. Isn't this one exactly the one I don't use? Do I even need these 3? Because if I get some rare quality or higher quality, isn't that the whole point of this? So shouldn't it only be these 2 I'm making? If I'm watching right now, as I replay vanilla from 1000 signs per minute, learning trains and things to get up to speed. Really appreciate content. Thank you. Very much appreciated. And welcome. I don't think I want these. Because if I happen to get any of these materials... Yeah, fine. Then that's the intention. That's the whole point of what we are trying to do. It's only the lower quality stuff. That's what I've been trying to say. Yeah, well, I don't like being distracted by a hype train. So... Yeah, if you recycled and then get rare quality, then I have this, and therefore that's the whole point of this endeavor is to, yeah, just be happy with it. Whoa, Swimmer! Thank you for the 10 gifties. Completing the train. What is that? Level 2 train. 2. Level 2. We'll start by making, since we are working on a test world, then we can build some of it just a little bit temporarily. That one. Get those out. Blah. This one really feels like it should be sort of rotating or Yeah. What if this belt can jam if it doesn't circulate? Don't like this. Because it might not actually be what I want here. Oops. Wrong way. And that one. This should all be just output, right? Yeah. Something like this, I guess. And then it's gonna be fed other stuff as well, and it'll prioritize the stuff that comes in from here. How would you rate such a Factorio game design? What if resource nodes were revealed only after some science milestone is completed? Potentially you could discover nodes inside your system. That's fucking awful. There you go. That was easy answer. I don't think that's and to put a little bit more context to it, it's a feature that goes, ha ha. Why would you want a feature like that? Like, it doesn't add value. It doesn't. It's just to screw you over, just to make you go, fuck, why? So yeah, not really a thing I would want. Okay, so 1 minute left on the train. It got some good traction, but now there's 17 subs in the last minute. Can we get it? It would just be very frustrating, yeah. And especially for someone like me, and especially sort of in the context of Factorio, where it's like, okay, we're building nice things here, and suddenly it's like, oh, but this is not nice. This is, yeah. With horses bronze, oh yeah, that's true, that's true. But you realize that a little. It of course is something that just becomes part of the game. So how do I make sure that things come into this belt in a even manner? Oh, it doesn't look like we're gonna get this train. Oh, it had such promise. Okay, hype train is dead. Yeah, apparently it. So Toby, thank you for 10 gifties. Very much appreciated. Just I'm sure that if that had come in with like 30 seconds left, the last 7 would also have come in. But I know it always takes some time from you press the button to getting there. But how do we do this? How would we do this? How would we do this? Because I need to get it in at the right ratios somehow. How do I ensure that we don't overproduce? I have to build it at exactly this ratio, or which I can't because something will change, like steel productivity, for example. I would rather just not. I would rather be monitoring the box or the belt and then only picking up when it is less than something. Wouldn't that work? I think it would. Like we can assume that this will always be a ratio because it'll be a produced here at ratio. So that's something. But this one we can't really, like, request a chest would be the logical answer to this. I think I'm going to do requested chests now, or not requested chests, but fake requested chests. First things first, we want to just get things moving. And then we'll see if the flow is okay, and then we'll change things from there. These ones will then be making that. Remove unfiltered. What happened now? Yeah. Obviously. Like that. Do we even need that? Will it ever have more than one? Probably not. In that case, we can also just Hmm. This is awfully slow to pick up. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, we are above, yeah. Like, this build is just screaming that there's so many things wrong with it. To me. I think that factor is like boiling an egg compared to making a sushi. What is Factorio? Yeah, sure. But then Factorio, you can't really go into making your base pretty. What you can lose endless amount of time in Satisfactory doing that. So it depends on what you want from the game. See, there's a lot of things I don't like about this. So, but first of all, I think that it. What if we could have two of these with? I think this somehow would be a really good build. I think. Like one of these and four of the other ones. Is stacking impacting speed of pickup for uncommons? No, not really. Or is it okay? Surely the upcycler module you already built for Foundries is better. Yes, you're right. Surely, because this one is a closed loop and it just kind of upcycled until this one is done. And we have what we need in here. Yeah, this is just flat out better. For Foundries. Which then begs the question of, what am I doing again then? What exactly am I doing here? Why am I doing that? But it also feels weird to take uncommon ones and delete those. You're doing it for carbide. Exactly. And it was like, okay, but the carbide is mainly used for these three things. Speed modules, big mining drills, and foundry. So with one of them, 1/3 of it is something that I'm gonna use anyway. Why not just keep this? That's my logic. And then, yeah. But if we delete it, then we get 1/4 remaining, but that could be upgraded. I don't know if I know what I'm trying to solve here. Because this build is now sort of chaining into something else. And then everything goes out. Yeah. How many founders do you think you'll need? Yes. I think that's the correct answer. So let's get back to this one and then say and that one. Where's the stuff that's recycling first? For now, yeah. Let's see. So these only have to pick up anything that is epic or lower. I refuse to recycle legendaries. I got an idea here. And you are going to be legendary only. There's no way that we are not saving legendaries. So, if we do spawn some legendaries, yeah. So this is a simpler build. The only problem we have with this build is, how's that gonna work? Because we basically need to have two inputs here to this box. One from the belt and one from everything else. I'm also kind of leaning into, let's see. Is that an idea? So whatever gets recycled will first of all go into this one, while the stuff that I'm producing will be trying to feed the second one. And maybe they'll pass by the first one and then they'll pick up by the second one. Your mine stuff to crafting and crafting. Yeah, I mean this is how Factorio works. This one will obviously not be working all the time. Well, is that obvious? Yeah, it is obvious, because this one recycled plus this one recycled will not be enough. It'll be, if I had 4 of these, then, and no quality, then I could keep one of these busy. Nothing there. Nothing there. A little bit there. So, well... Wasn't this the one that I didn't want to take? This is the one I'm not supposed to do, because what am I doing now? This is actually just a legendary upcycler. I actually should not have this one. What the hell am I doing here? This doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would I... Like, currently, this one is just chugging along, making epics, legendaries only. Just make more carbide and upcycle it directly. Upcycling it directly is really bad. That's the part. This is what we tested at. We had 98.3% loss. Least we can do is actually upgrade this. If you want to make it faster, you could add a beacon with rare speed module 2 to a common assembler. Increases casting by almost factor 3 while making quality go down to that. Yes. Yeah. I could. That would then waste more resources but produce faster. So if resources are not an issue, which it really isn't, or these should be something, but the question is then, is it something I can craft inside of this block? Because that's kind of the essence of it. It's also not coincidence that I sort of cram it all the way up here, and then the rest of this block here should just be dedicated to getting lava inbound and not red and tungsten inbound, and then happy. But this is not creating rare quality tungsten carbide. This is only creating legendary foundries, because that's the only thing I'm deselecting. If I wanted the other ones, then I would have to do this. So we get like 12.5 every time one of them recycles into this. And we can also say that the quantity we get out here is so small that this is not really... I'm kind of leaning going back to the other one. Just taking this one out. Because if I get some legendary components, sure, let's just... There we go, we got some legendary components. Sweet, but what are we going to do with... I don't know. Leave it. So you only start crafting rare foundries if you have a certain amount of carbide in the chest. Yeah, but I think there's more merit to an alternative design like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I had 5, then I would have 4 normal and 1 rare uncommon quality, and that would be a pretty good ratio. Actually, 5 to 1, since this is only 16% chance of quality. So it'd be 5 normal and 1. But these have also pretty high quantities inbound. Like 25 per second. Just to keep one of these going. So that would be like if I had 4 of them going, then I'd have to have over 100 per second, which is a little bit more than I think we can do. A little bit there, a little bit there. I don't think it's worth it having this here, and this one not either. So let's have a look at an alternative build. Let's say, hey, we want to craft some normal quality here. Sweet. And let's definitely some productivity. There we go. That is 64%. And we're gonna get a beacon. There. How fast is this? This is now only making 11 per second. So we need 2 of these for every one of those. Something. Oops. Carbon is also another thing that has to be made. Oh. 90. Unstacked? Not gonna happen. Who the hell is doing this? There. They keeping up? Nope, they're not keeping up. Damn. That's what I was curious about. If it's not keeping up, then it doesn't work. Okay. So, can I get it out on the outside and then... I know I've done this before. So, I'm... This is the input. Okay. Right hand side in the direction of travel. No! Fuck. I could just get it on the outside. I don't know if that was what you said, but I should just get it on the outside. Because then I can... Look, much simpler. This is an ugly build. Don't like this at all. Yeah, and then you don't have any oil to get in here. You can use two belts, both mixed input-output by restricting one side with an underground now. Yeah, it's early smelting column, yeah, that's true. But this produces 90, which is, I suppose, a nice number. I'm just kind of thinking, and 90 would be enough for 1, 2, 3 of these, no more than that. It's pretty compact. The only problem, the next problem is, how do we get this one in? Can't remember if this one is horribly slow as the other one, or how much do I need? 55. Okay. So this is fine. 68. 51. That's just not very nice. But if we... no, we can't do that. Damn it. It just seems... It seems like we should be able to make a nice build of like one of these and one of these go together. Because they both need sulfuric acid. So, you know, you want the same thing. So get it. And then if we wanted to sort of make it like this, but then the problem is these would have to be like that so that I can get my beacon in the middle. Okay. There's something here, but it's just getting a little bit cumbersome. Can't go in here. Actually could. Alright, right. And then this has to be stacked outbound. But then the question is, where's the tungsten coming in? These are not normal refineries, these are high quality refineries. This could be built anywhere, but unfortunately I couldn't be doing this, which would be awesome if I could.
Welcome home.
Hey Solid Bond, thank you for the 63. But on what? Oh, hold on. Could this be built here? Because then I could actually do. It's pretty wide, but I don't think it can be smaller anyway. This is a nice build. I like this one. I think. I'm just realizing now all the other issues. Like if I'm providing this one at, let's say, when this one is stacked over on this side, there we go. Now we're getting up there into 45. 45 is not even enough to feed 2 of these builds. So yeah, then the next part is like, how are we picking this up? This has to be way faster. Or actually just these. It should be able to pick up fast enough, right? Yeah. And then if I take this out, then this is actually, this is 45. I could build another one of these here, and then it'll be like a complete mess of what the hell is actually going on, because now it'll just be unclear. 75. It's less than a full belt, at least. I could see this being a solution. But I just don't know how I'm going to be putting it in there. Ooh, okay. Oh, here's another idea that is, I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea. What if these are always inputting on the outside, and the other one here is only inputting on the inside? Could that be a thing? Maybe. Don't think it's a good idea. But let's keep this sort of down here and say, okay, that's one component. Now let's do some steel. And how much steel do we get? We're basically building for 3 of these. Because if I have 4 of them and they're recycles, then it feeds itself 1 of them. Minus a little bit of what gets upcycled to get higher quality. But if I provide enough for 3, then if there was 4, then it would provide enough. So I think that'll kind of work. Place is over. Indeed, it stopped right before... yeah, it stopped at 7 o'clock. So, too bad. Okay, space exploration mod pack. Good for you. About to leave the Nilaus orbit. Set up base space. Should I worry about? I don't know. You chose it. Like, I hammered a nail through my foot. Should I be worried about infection in the wounds? Like, well, maybe don't hammer a nail through your foot in the first place. So, I mean, if you really want to do that, yeah, the consequences, they're on you. Oh, right, still playing it, just never closed the game. Oh, nice. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point, Secretary. Sorry, I can't help you. I don't know. I don't play space exploration. I don't think it's fun. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works in Space Age. No idea. Let's see. Let's get them steel. Boop. Two steel. Are you kidding me? That is no good. No good at all. How is that so bad? Did I forget to get any steel upgrades? Oh, yeah. Like 10? That's probably... Can't really be expecting to have higher than this. So now we're producing... Oh, 21. Okay, that made a big difference. Made a huge difference. Maybe I just got it before the beacon was ready. Maybe that was it. Okay, 21, and I need a little bit more. This is actually a lot more than I had anticipated. Needed 84, and I needed same quantity as that. And this is 75, so if this is 85, it's fine. Then we need to get 800 and something. Ugh. Oh, this is almost enough. Huh. Would this be enough? But this is really close to enough. Huh. That feels weird. $736. This is 214% productivity. And this is by default 30 in, 1 out. And then the productivity is 213. Okay, so I get from this one, I get 736 divided by 30 multiplied by 10. No, multiplied by... Yeah, okay. That is how many we get without productivity. And then the productivity is multiplied by 3.14. Pi productivity. 77. So this should give us 77. That means they're not going to be running all the time, but they will be running fast enough since the consumption rate is this is 76, and this will be 77. I'm gonna call that even. So this is good. Unfortunately, I can't build that here. Oh, right, I can just do this, right? The stone is going to be a problem. But now I'm going to delete the stone, but I don't think I can, and I think it has to be part of the awfulness that is that. Actually, I don't want this. I'll just take this one for now. Remove unselected, and you are going to be lava-licious. One more little teeny tiny build. But it does get a little bit problematic now. We can see that already now we can see that there will be no way that I can build. Whoops. Oh no. Oh right, this one. Get my break. Thank you. Yeah, this is such a problem. Alternatively, would this take up less space if it was on one line? Because now it's kind of a bad shape. Okay, let's take a break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. Let's see what we can make of this. Usually when we get down to it, we can fix things. we can compact things a little bit more. So let's see how atrocious it actually is. Right, so next thing is that we need 15, so that's 45, about 45, or 46 maybe, green circuits. So let's see what we can do in terms of green circuits. Ta-da! We just need one. Well, that's nice. That at least makes it easier. And then I believe that this is more efficient. All good. There's a positive. And then we... and the ironium. It's probably a little bit more problematic. Oh, that's also a positive. Nice. Something like this. Okay. There we go. That's the cleanest build, I think. No, because I'm needing here and here. Ah, see this? Ironium here should now also be feeding into this. Well, I'm gonna have two anyway, so let's build it a little separate and indulge ourselves here. Okay, this is also a nice little fat build, but it doesn't leave much room left. Now, the next one is 10, so that's 31 reinforced concrete. That's going to be a tough one. This is 9, so 3 of these are not going to cut it. I need 4 of these. Oh. Let's take a little bit out from each of these and see if it's still... Yes, that's good. Do you study or do you work? Who are you asking? The guy who's working? I love how it still says Aronium muted the neighbor. Yeah, I love it. I was about to say Steelium as well. Carbonium and Ironium. It's just so stupid names that they kind of stuck with me. Asking you, I'm working. I'm working right now. You're interrupting me while I work. Come on. Aluminium, yum, 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 yum. Yes. I have to go back to rift break at some point. I don't think so. I'm not for me. You chat while working. I know. Playing video games while working. Oh, damn. That's what did you study? I I have a uh, master's in science and engineering, specialized in logistics and transport. And then I have an executive MBA specialized in or yeah, it's a master in innovation of technology. It's an executive MBA. So you couldn't really be schooled better to play Factorio, be a Factorio content creator. Oh, that's a really good. I bet most of the logistics problems aren't like Factorio. They're like Game of Thrones. I was like, what? Like, oh yeah, you win or you die. Yes, that's very much like the logistics problems are exactly like Game of Thrones. Like, well, we have these trucks here, and I wonder if we could optimize. Like, no, they're my trucks. They're mine. I want you and your trucks. They're my trucks too. Ha 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 ha. But that's not better. They're mine now. Wah! That's literally how logistics problems were solved in the company I worked with. How to upsell yourself as a pizza deliverer, master of logistics. Well, a master is an academic title, so I have a nice fancy degree from a university that says that I have a master in science specialized in logistics and transport. Actually, the first master of science in logistics and transport in Denmark, because it was a new specialization that was being done while I was studying, and I was here comes the nepotism. I was on the student council. Sort of, I was one of the student representatives on the academic council for the university. So I was really pushing to get this one approved while I was writing my master thesis so that I could actually graduate. And it was just approved, and I was like, well, can I just then I'm gonna be the first one who graduates with this title. So that's a little backstory here. So if we have this, we're gonna need 69, 69, 69. Well, 68, 69 of that. Ugh. That's hopefully faster to craft. No, not really. A little bit faster, but not really. Not much. Nope, not fast enough. Hope the team is going good. I hope so too. So we can't have one of these feeding into that. So we'll have to do this build. Ooh, that's not even enough. Wow. What? This is requiring 17. You're not even making. Okay. Is this enough? No, it's not. Divided by 68.69 multiplied by 57.92. There's only 29 and I needed 31, so this is not enough. And because of these not being fast enough. 2 beacons. I suppose we have to, but it's kind of awful. I guess the beacon would have to be out here then. And then now it's too fast. Alright, it's close enough. This is good enough. Good. So this is the ratio. And here's another problem. I need 17 per second from here to here. So that's no good. And we also need sticks and steel. And stone and oh, fuck me, this is awful. Oh, oh, this is like gonna take an entire city block just for this. Curse the board to accept it and then pass with flying colors as the head of the subject. Yeah, something like that. Oh, I don't even know. I don't. This is almost. This is almost time to give up on this one, because there's no way that this can fit into here. Like, it's gonna be so big, this build. Ugh. That's like, we need sticks, we need steel, we need stone bricks, which is going to be awful because it has to come out of the other stuff. And we need water as well. Like, water is also like a silly amount, isn't it? Yeah, 1,000 water per second. Material is still over-engineered for carbide. I agree. Or I'm starting to agree more and more. Let's approach this from another perspective. Before we conclude whether it's over-engineered or not, then let's get something like this, but with different. So now nothing starts. And then what if we had not that, not that, not that, but instead we had I have no idea how I would get it in here. You'd say the advantage of this one is that it also oops. Yeah. Ooh. I don't think this is enough. And again, I don't think I need this much, but let's see. Okay. Let's see what happens. Basically, first it filters out anything that is higher quality, so that gets stored. Fine. Then it... Actually, could I get one more of these? This one, inequality, 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 and then it actually has to go back. So if it doesn't catch this one, it has to flow through again. This is almost working all the time as I was expecting. Almost. How do I get iron ore in here? Oh, right. Yes, that's... I don't actually get iron ore. Oh my god, why did no one say this? Seriously. Why are you blind? Are we blind? There, that one. This is now making 64, which is enough. Ah, there we go. Been a long time. I think last time I saw it was Shapes 2 stream. That's a year ago. Oh, half a year ago, I guess. Okay, so I like this. And let me cut the whole thing out. And then stamp it down. Let me just run this for 5 minutes. Because that's the metric we were using before. If we could run it for 5 minutes. And then say how... there. Whoop. Good. So if this runs for 5 minutes, which corresponds to 80 minutes, 1 minute and 1 hour and 20 minutes. If it runs for like this and it doesn't get stuck, then we have no idea what's going on. Then we're going to stop it and we're going to see how much we have in these boxes, compare it to how much we had from the other build. Obviously the other build was like a way smaller and this one's way more complicated, so we should expect to see like way more here from running it for basically 1 hour and 20 minutes. The issue with this one is how the hell would we get things in here? These would come in from these builds, but they would have to sort of go in to these locations, which is not simple. Maybe you could sort of have them on 2 different lines, like having 2 belts. I don't know. Just don't want these to run out or to get stuck, which it actually might be getting stuck here. And it also just needs an absolutely absurd amount of resources inbound. But I generally like this idea. Except for we don't really know how we're going to get things inbound. And these are kind of stacking. Shouldn't really be, but... It's also important to see that these ones, when they pick up something, it will actually be placed on the belt. I could also make these go stack inserters so that they actually put stacks on the belt, which might be better. And these could also be stacks, but I don't know what's faster, a blue or a rare quality bulk inserter or a normal quality stack inserter. No idea. Let's have a look at this one. What? We're halfway. Oops. Also need to answer someone else's question there. Would it not be simpler to upscale X? That's still... Yes. Simpler, yes. But this is the most efficient way of upscaling. The cost is that you need a silly amount of these materials, and that kind of sucks building that. But if I was sort of building that for you, build it all nicely wrapped into a city block, and then go like, here you go, you just need to feed it some coal and some lava and some tungsten and some sulfuric acid. But when you do that, that after rare quality you realize the silly scale you need for legendary get over them to give up. Eh. "30 seconds left. I think that the legendary quality, as long as you don't need legendary quality for science, then it's okay. Okay, the good news is it doesn't jam. Now it's been running for an hour and 20 minutes and it hasn't jammed. That's nice. It of course needs to get rid of all this crap, but yeah. There we go. Good. So now the question becomes... One tick forward. And then it got the calculations in here. So, what do we know now? We have run for... We have 5,900 of the rare quality. And then we divide it by the number of seconds, 4,800 seconds. That means this thing here is... Oh. This thing is producing 1.2 rare quality per second. Now, if we add it all together, so we also get the other ones, then it's 6,000. And then how many legendary do we have? 100. Okay, so it's 7,000 in total. So 7,000, 1.4-ish. And if we remember that, actually we can go down here and just let it run normally. Oh, okay. Let's just kill that so nothing more comes in. If you remember here, what is the recipe here? This is only 46 productivity, so it even... And this is a recipe of 2 to 1. So we now have to figure out how much tungsten ore we need to make tungsten plate. So we can remember this number, 145. So that means If I have 2, then I get 1 multiplied by the productivity, 1.64. So I get divided by 2 multiplied by 1.64, because this is 64% productivity. Which means that if I had 7,000, then I would divide it by 1.664 and then multiply by 2. 8,500. So this would correspond to 8,500 raw tungsten ore over the course. So let's try that the other way around. 8,500 divided by 2 multiplied by 1.64. Yes. Okay. So 8,500. So now we go back up here and set this one has produced 1,400. Is it 1,500? I don't know. Let's... Each multiplied by 1. Output as tungsten. 1.5. Okay. We can't see the... Oh, we can see 1.5 and 13. Okay. So, we had 8,500 in the other example after 1 minute and 1 hour and 20 minutes. And divided by 1.5. That means the build down here, including all of this, is the equivalent of 5 of these builds. A little bit more than 5, less than 6. So basically what I wanted to see was, in order for me to compare this raw one versus the complete one, I wanted to see how many of these small ones do I need to make in order to, in our benchmark time, which is 1 hour and 20 minutes, to get the same as this one. Ore upcycling in brute force is still better and easier than. Yes, this is also kind of what I'm thinking, because it's not as cool. I hate to say it, but it's really not that cool as building these kind of designs and having like a collected city block that does everything really cool, right? Yeah, and 6 of them only do that. The only caveat to that is, of course, that not a single one of these has spawned. Okay, so that's not a caveat at all. The other thing is, like, we also get like a ton of other stuff, which also has value. Like, it definitely has value. But how much? The flip side of this is that if I do this part and I want to convert from that tungsten ore to tungsten carbide, then I also need the equivalent amount of... No, I need half as much carbon of the same quality, which is again annoying. And here it's the same, it's just tungsten. So in order for me to sort of really wrap this one, then I also have to say, okay, I'm also going to have to do the same thing like this on a coal patch, or make the coal into carbon and then recycle it. What is the best recycler for carbon? Are we paused? No, we're running. I don't think there's any way to do this. Alternate recipes, like that would be space things, right? Space casino, yeah. probably get more rare per second with a speed beacon on the miners. Definitely. But I would also need to be processing those, and I'm already lacking for processing speed, so it's not really as simple as that, because this one is barely keeping up. It's not actually keeping up, which is a problem. Also jammed here, but yeah, it's not or it is getting overwhelmed when we have this productivity, and as the productivity increases, we are going to fall further and further behind. So this is not actually the full story. Because I do need more than one. Is there any way that we can put 2 of these in and still maintain it? Like, this is the maximum distance on one side, this is the maximum distance on one side, so I think this is the ideal way that these can be placed. Like, if I was trying to squeeze this in, that it would... see, that wouldn't really, well, not quite work. And see, that would miss. So it would have to go up here, and then it no longer connects, so... Then it would have to be like an even more obscure design here. So 4 miners is too fast for 1. But if I do 3 miners, then it would be something like this. Here, and then that would be up here, right? That would be... But that would be way too slow. Like, that would... Yeah. But in this case, it might be speed beacon time here. It just barely doesn't reach the other side. If it could do that, that would be lovely. What is it by inserter speed? Yeah, those definitely need to be faster. It's literally 1 pixel. Oh, I got a bad idea. I got a bad idea about this. What if... Definitely not. Because I think it should be possible for us to... Look at that! That's insanity! And it gets worse. I thought it... Oh, these... There, they do. They do actually input here. Nice. All right, now that's... Can we say cursed designs now? Certainly not going to be the inserter speed that's going to hold us up now. And if we want to go... I don't know if... No, that blocks these two. Okay, so that was a little bit too much. But these... No, this one's somehow not hitting this one. But this one is... The radio is only one location. This one's working, but this one's not. Why not? Why is one working and not the other one? I mean, I can also see that this is actually not here. This is as far down as possible. Yeah, this not quite there. But you could kind of like make a whole chain here. Put a box inserter? No, you can't do a... There wasn't any room between that. Here, but there's no room. There is room! Are you fucking kidding me? This is awesome. Oh, this is so cursed. This is not working much. I think it has to be... Oh, right, that's not a good idea. Undo. I don't think this is a good idea, but I'm having fun with it. Yeah. So now whatever this one mines of normal quality goes in here, and then that will be fed in here. And only normal quality. This one will always insert, because I have to have one in and one out. Isn't the third circle overkill? This one? Yes. But it was just like, I had it here, so maybe... There you go. And it's not at all stockpiling. But this is a good build. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should just moderate a little bit in saying it's a good build, but it's a builder for sure. It's an interesting build. Oh, just barely not hitting it. Oops. Actually, this one should just be a box, honestly. Don't even need better ones. That is such a compact build. Whew. I don't know if I hate it or love it, but I think I can do both, right? And this one should also be up here. Why? Because then it fucking tiles. Almost. No, it doesn't tile. Damn. How does it not tile? It's because of the rails it doesn't tile. So it has to be like one tile apart, yeah. Of course, this is an odd number long. 15 plus 2, 17 long. Yeah. There we go. Now this thing, now it tiles. So this one, we definitely need to do a benchmark on figuring out how fast this is. There. So, let's do a benchmark. Whoop. That's not it. Whoop. I like it and it scares me. I feel the same way. Alright, let's do another 5-minute cycle of this. Never mind, never mind. Wagons! Does the miner need complete coverage of ore to give good result? No. As long as it hits, you can see this one, how big of an area. As long as it does that, then it has the same maximum throughput. It just runs out faster. I think this one has to be a better box, just to make sure that it doesn't jam. 1 hour on discounted subs. Yes, well, a little bit more than it should be 2 hours, almost 2 hours of discounted subs. 1.5 hours of discounted subs if anyone is up for it. Has already been very many nice subs. They've just not been sort of collapsed into a single hype train. They've been to 2 level 2 hype trains or something. Alright, so the good news is it's not stacking. It's Christmas. It is indeed. And we all know, or I at least know, that January is the worst month to be a content creator, and probably a lot of other things. I talked to my ex-wife. She's running a upscale wine shop in our local town, and she says 1/4 of her yearly revenue comes in December. That's pretty. That's so. She's working a lot. Do you ever play modded? No. More upcycling. Oh no, I got bad ideas. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, January. I talked to it's to Kibitz. I'm Kibitz, and some years ago, and he was saying that he took January off because it was a bad month for YouTube. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. There's bad revenue, there's fewer views, there's nothing, there's no sponsorships, and if your main source of income is YouTube ad revenue, then, which I suppose it is, then no reason to be working there. Luckily for me, that's not the case. I don't have to bother with all that YouTube revenue. For me, it's Patreon, and that is luckily a little bit more consistent. So as long as I keep coming up with awful designs that breaks everything, then it's good. Lots of careers are seasonal. Yeah, this is very much a seasonal. Oh, let me... I have 2 minutes to go on a rant. Ah! Okay. I'm just getting all riled up. Okay, so I was at the meeting at my school because my son is not thriving in school. So we had a meeting, me and his mother and the class teacher and some psychologist, child psychologist, and the school headmaster or vice headmaster. And we're sitting this, and we're waiting for our doctor as well to also come. No, the doctor was there. We're waiting for the psychologist to come. And yeah, it's a big meeting. And then the vice headmaster of the school, she was her meeting, so she was like, so Christian, what do you do? I'm like, oh, and I could just out of the corner of my eye, I could sense my ex-wife was smirking, and she was like, oh, there you go. I was like, I'm self-employed. Oh, what do you do? I do YouTube. That is so exciting. Oh, I've never met anyone who does that. Like, this is like, from now on, the conversation is autopilot. Like, oh, that's so interesting. And then she jumped a few steps ahead and goes like, how do you make money off of that? We're like, fuck you. Like, how fucking inappropriate that is. You were sitting here in a meeting about my son's welfare, and the first thing you decide to ask is, how do I make money? You have any idea how fucking inappropriate that is? But now it's like,
A new subscriber arrives.
hey,
It fills you
Nubro
with
Saraf,
determination.
thank you for the prime, welcome. And I was obviously a little riled, and I was like, well, it's mainly like, ad revenue, but mainly donations and stuff. Donations? Oh, how does that work? Is there like a button they can press and then you donate? I was like, seriously? Seriously, are we having this conversation that I'm gonna explain to you how it works as a content creator with donations? And it was like, do you think this is an appropriate conversation to have when we're sitting here to talk about, how your school is not really a great place for kids to be? Oh, I was like really deliberately. I mean, we need them to do something, so I can't sort of piss them off. But I was also like giving them the absolute minimum. Yeah, I know. The incorrect answer is to respond, well, how do you make money? I know. But it was not how much money, but it was just like the whole idea that income is a taboo. And we're sitting here talking about a very serious topic, and you decide to just broach the taboo. It's like, if we're going to be talking taboos, then let's at least talk about sex then, instead of money. That's at least an interesting taboo to talk about. But like the lack of etiquette you have to not realize how utterly inappropriate conversation that was. Tell the real reason you're an OnlyFans. I was thinking it. I was thinking of like, I make videos like, oh, what kind? OnlyFans. I was like, it would be so funny. Just go, yeah, OnlyFans. Yeah, only Factorio. Yeah, OF. OnlyFans, only Factorio. Yeah. Nude from the waist down. Okay, so let's see what the result of this is. Okay, it's certainly better than before, but it also has a bigger blue footprint. So now let's do the calculations. Yeah, so that was like that was my rant here. I was not impressed. Okay, so it has run for, or how much do we have? We're gonna do. $2.5. Okay. So we have Yeah, 2,501. So that's really nice. 2,500 divided by 4800. That's how many seconds there are. That means this is producing 0.52. Okay, and I can then just let it go again. So 0.52, and the other one was 1.45. So two of these, 2.5 of this is as good as all of this, but they would also include a lot of other construction. So I think we're settling in on this one. However, we do need to figure out a way to make the carbon rare quality or higher as well. What if it is an English company? It now makes more money for our government than the entire fishing industry. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if someone says like, "Oh, don't I know you from somewhere?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I do a lot of porn." That's probably it. Yeah. Yeah. So, what experiment are we doing? Hello, Green. We're trying to sort of do the same thing as on Fulgora, but in the sense that we want to upcycle, or we were saying, okay, what are the things we need from here? And it's basically turns out that what we need is the tungsten. Okay, so what is tungsten used for? Tungsten is used for tungsten carbide and plate. And the plate isn't really something I need any rare or higher quality until I get to legendary quality fusion generators, which is not really right now. So moving back, then it's actually only the carbide, and then it's miners, foundries, and for speed modules. But they are also something I really want in high quantity and sort of have a reliable supply of. And therefore, we did some different options, basically upcycling this one, spent a lot of time on designing this, and kind of choked when we came to the refined concrete. So use one quality beacon, drop 6% quality, but pumps up output, assuming you don't care about tungsten burn rate. You're saying use one quality beacon. What are the other ones? One quality and the rest is what? It is also a matter of the ratio here. One speed beacon. What? Yeah, but this is not really something that fits with speed beacons, to be honest. It doesn't. This is a very compact build, and I don't really have room to fit in a beacon here. It's meant quality per second. I know, but you're saying like use one quality beacon. There's no such thing as quality beacon. So I'm imagining that you're saying use quality and then put a speed beacon on, and then it'll lower the quality, but the increase in speed will more than make up for it. Yes, however, and all that stuff. I do think that it's worth a try, but we'll have to do it like this. There. So now that everything gets speed module, but it also affects the... Okay, so... So now this would be reduced to 11.3%. Okay. Let's Does the efficiency module slow it down? There's no speed reduction on an efficiency module. Oh, it jammed. Yep. So we don't need to run that example. Ha! Because it doesn't work. Then it would be a completely different design. Yeah, so it's simply too fast. So this one is, of course, then I would have to do some other design, but I like this design. It's also has the advantage that it is tileable in both directions, which is really nice. So we can just take a stamp, this one, and just stamp it down as much as we like, and then get 0.5 rare or better quality per second, which I think is nice. All right, we're gonna take a short break while this one is running and looking especially cursed. Good, be back in 2 minutes for more cursed designs. All right, welcome back. So, I just thought of something completely unrelated, but a little rant topic as well, minor one. Like, I get so many requests or sort of marketing emails about upcoming games. Usually like single developer things or indie things or whatever. And I'm taking all of the AI generated crap away, but just the stuff on Steam, the new games. So like maybe, let's say 3 to 5 mails every day about games. And there are a lot of trigger words because it's basically like swiping on Tinder. You're not looking for something good, you're looking for a reason to reject. And that's basically like, I'm just scanning and then seeing if there's anything here that is a red flag, wait. And if they don't find a red flag immediately, then I might actually start reading it. But, you know, if it says like shooter, multiplayer, PvP, but there's another word that I have found that is always a trigger word for me, and that is cozy. Games are not cozy. Cozy is a euphemism for we didn't really put much effort into it. It's a cozy game. Like, maybe you should have put more effort into it so you didn't have to brand it as cozy. It's exactly like all the buzzwords you see on Tinder that actually means something completely different, right? Like, I hate, like, cozy is it's not a good word for a game. I don't want a game to be cozy. It's like, yeah, it's kind of half finished and there's not really much to do. So So we'll just put on the tag to say cozy, and then you're like, you can watch a Nilaus stream and then play it in the background, and you won't miss either of things because it's not nothing much is going on, neither on the stream or in the game. And the Beaver game is cozy. It is, but I wouldn't brand it as cozy. I think it, for me, cozy is a is exactly like a Tinder profile that says I like wine and traveling. Like, fuck off. You're a boozer. Like, if your hobbies are drinking and traveling, like, ah. Great personality. Let's see what that means. Factorio can be cozy. I mean, speedrunning, no-hit runs, Souls game is also cozy for some. Like, there are some things where, like, yeah, yep, it's exactly like with like what the hell is that called? Like when you buy a house, with the description of a house from the realtor. That's always like so like, oh, it's a fixer upper, like, oh, it's a wreck, it's a ruin basically. Yeah. Like, I don't know, like access to nature, like, oh, there's a draft. That's your access to nature. The windows can't close and there's like access to nature. Potential, yes. Every game is cozy after 1,000+ hours. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let's do this one. We're happy with this. Let's move on to something else. So the question is, can we do the same thing for a slower or a faster build? Because I don't think we can. I don't think this works for everything. I don't think it works for here, for example. And the reason why I don't think so is because it's simply going to be too fast. They're going to be mining way too fast. Now it mines at 20 per second, and this one was mining at 4 per second. So when it mines at 20 per second, and the processing speed here is the same, then it won't work. This one is going to jam in no time. Okay, a little bit of time. But we see the problem, right? You can blame Randy. Victor is cruel. If something is not working, it's your fault. No, it's chat's fault. This is my advantage. It's not. It's the chat's fault. You guys didn't catch it. Yeah. So you see, this isn't working. We're gonna need to do a different design for fast ore. For area connection. Yeah, I don't really like using silos, but I might have to. This was okay. We can kill this one because that was like. Oh, now I lost that one. Oh. Like, it's about sort of finding the right balance. Unfortunately, that right balance will change depending on the productivity here. And you can't control this. Oh, you can, but you can't control it into... Somehow you can't attach wires to train wagons. Come on! Like, you just know that this is a danger signal when the developers get a request like, I want to be able to attach a circuit wire to a wagon. They're like, okay, well, wait a minute. You're doing something illegal. I'm not swearing it's a word. Change something in such a way as to lower the quality or value typically by adding new elements. I think that's kind of what I'm saying as well. It's a wireless train, yes. But can I get some wireless wire? Or some wireless cable? Yeah. So this is still not keeping up. When you go for mechanisms, do you use a planner to a mod to, or just scale whatever you designed? I don't think either of those are correct, because you kind of make it like either you Excel sheet it, or I just whatever double it. I don't. I quite meticulously design things and I figure out the baseline. So for my million science per minute base, I was producing every science in to 960 per second, which is 4 fully stacked belts. So that was the method. So basically, if I could scale it up for 1 full belt, then I could just multiply by 4 and then I'd be happy. Yeah, so this is not actually going to work ever. Because if it's 3 now, then it's going to be more later on, and it means that it's always going to change. And the cycle catches up. It doesn't really matter, because if I go in here and get 20 more, then it breaks again. Because it's a variable cost. This one continues to get faster. These ones do not get faster. So at some point it's gonna outpace it. So I would need to be able to control it somehow. Factorio played in Excel. Not really. I didn't use Excel at all. Direct feed into recycler. That's a good idea. Because then it doesn't go... No. Yeah, no, not a good idea. Because then it also... Oh yeah, you can't even... Really, that's fun. It would also kind of ruin the point of the quality here. Like, this is fast enough, but... Just between the mine and the recycler. Yeah, but that's kind of what we have here. Papa, thank you for the prime. Welcome. This is literally what we have, so it's just using this. But we'd like to have something that can constrain it, so... Which I can't really do. You can read signal. What signal? Okay, let's see what this signal can... read working? I don't know what I would... What kind of signal I would be able to read here to read that it would be a problem. Chest content. Yeah, but I don't have a chest. That's the thing. Like, I don't have a chest. And if I change it to a chest, then I lose all of these goodies. Well, I can't put a train station because the train station, I was thinking the same thing, but the train station also takes up quite a lot of space. Yeah, so, no. Slots filled. But I can't guarantee that this one is outputting only normal ones. Like, I did try it before to sort of benchmark some of these. So that there's always room for this, and then the rest will just be... It can be dragged. Nice. What does this do? Nothing really. But I do need to take this one out to see that it if it's able to block it. Because what happens when this one fills up, it just gets stuck. Excel to be the best at something. Ah, right, yeah, okay, that, yeah. Yeah, so now we're gonna see that it jams, so this is not an option. Dead. So. Nice. Can rig turns cycle too fast? No, not really. And the thing is, whenever I research mining productivity, the miners will increase the output, but the recycler will never be faster. So we have one that's a fixed speed and the other one goes faster. So it doesn't matter what we do. At some point it's gonna outpace. If you put two more, some point it's still gonna outpace. It just takes a bit longer. Move the common coal out of the back of another to recycler voider. That kept space open to uncommentary. Was remove common coal out of the back of to another to recycler voider. Out the back. Like this. Which is just voiding. Nope. Like that, right? And there. No ingredients. Yeah, this can't be faster. Well, I don't know if this is faster. Yeah, it is faster. Okay. So now we know. Not quality with speed module. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you're speed modulating it if it's still fast enough. The question becomes then, do I then need two of these? Like this is also starving, so suddenly the whole thing is starving just because of this one. That's actually adding a lot of throughput, this one. I'm just kind of wondering if I could get more out of this, because if I move this all the way up, it wouldn't do anything. This one's in idle almost all the time. But then it gets a little bit. Oh, damn. I have an idea. I'm not sure it's a good one, but since Nuke Marine is here, then I have to do this. That affects everything except that one, which is actually really nice. Because this one will be taking everything that is there or less, right? Now it's too fast. These ones are just lacking ingredients, obviously. So they're fast enough, but... Now I think actually one would be enough. Let's see. Yeah. So these are not affected, and they are with modules on. So these are just trying to get things upcycled, while these are just deleting. I don't know if I like this. It would be nice if I could have this on either end. So this thing, that means we don't need this. That means, what would this look like? This would be, it affects everything now except that one. Because this is the one that gets uncommon quality in, and the uncommon quality, I don't want this reduced in power or in quality. This one I'm accepting that it gets reduced in quality because it's just mining infinitely random whatever. It's only 6.5 quality. Might be better to do this then. Just, it's now still 58 per second. But now it's 11.3 speed. Yeah, 1 speed beacon, yes. And these are just waiting for ingredients. But they are... It's because they're fast enough. There wouldn't be any way that we could rescue some, like put speed modules into this, or quality modules in here. Like, I like this one. The fact that this one is running without being affected by the beacon is pretty clever, I think. The only thing is it doesn't tile though, because if I start tiling it like this, then it is affected by the beacon. Boo! Then I can of course tile like this, and then I can tile it like that, but no more than this. So this is between 58 per second. And these are basically no ingredients, but they're also flailing Oh, hold on. Why are these green? They should be like this. It's way faster. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter because it's still... Now it's constrained by this one. I kind of want it faster, but then I lose a lot of the productivity or the quality here. If I put another speed beacon in, then it drops all the way down to... But then it's 95. Can I still consume 95? That's... Like, it's 95 per second times 6.5%. That's... Okay, that's not how I do percent. That's 6.7, while the other speed was 58 times 11.3. 6.55. Marginally better. Math on stream, we've done nothing but math on stream today, so... Yeah, so it's marginally better. Even though it then produces less. And if I remove this, it would be 20 at 16. That's definitely not. 20 at 16. 3.2. Okay, so we get twice as much by putting this one in. And... This is a nice one, right? So there's a curve where no beacon, a beacon with one module, and then beacon with two modules. Like, but where is the peak of that curve? Is it at a rare quality, or would it be better if we did a... What if I did that? That is now... Oh! Oh, it's the same reduction. Oh, okay. Yeah. The speed 2 module. I think we could do a speed 2 module. This is 1.5 reduction. If we could somehow get one of these. That is now 42... 42.7 is the throughput, and the quality is times 13.2 divided by 100. It's less. No, it's 5. The other one was 5.55, so this is marginally better. What about now? Then it's 65.4, and the ratio is now 10.3. That's the best one. So we are just like really minuscule changes. And send all of it to a city block to upcycle as well. No. I want to upcycle it here. Legendary is much more. Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense. Well, double. Yeah. -1 quality. Goes from 20 to... This is... Okay, so I want to try this one for a minute, a hot minute here. Oh, right, they get deleted every time I do that. Okay, so Let's do. Go. I love that. It seems so jittery. It's also a really nice and compact build. Unfortunately, it can't be scaled. Like, you can't sort of borrow this beacon for the other one as well. It would be nice if I could, but that is not an option. More minor crap dance, yeah. There's one additional layout that gives more quality speed. I'll make it for you and show you in Discord. Okay. Insert kitty today, did we? Nope, because my son is here and he's sleeping with an open door, so I stream with a closed door. So the cat can go to him, but not to me. So that's why. So how do we expect this to be better? Or do we expect this to be better? And will this be able to jam? Yeah, I guess so. Working, waiting for source item. Okay, so this is waiting some of the time. But this one's also... So both the inserters and the destroyers could be better or could be faster. So even if this one scales up to more productivity, it still doesn't... It's not any close to jamming. But I really like the fact that this is not affected by the beacon, which means that this has the full 16%. I like. But why don't you just use the bottom of that tool window to time the production run? Bottom of the... What? Oh, that one. Oh, right. That's a really good idea. Huh. Yeah, that's much nicer. If limited time, that would be like 4800 ticks. No, seconds. No, I don't know. I'd have to convert it into how many ticks we need. I mean, that's also just not rocket science, but I think it would be 00 times 60. 288,000. Because if this one skips 60 ahead, then it's tick 60, and this is tick number something, right? So this has to be like the number of ticks, or I mean, it could be seconds, but that would be really weird. But I also understand that this one isn't... This is basically jump 1 second forward, but it's not saying 1 second because it depends on your UPS. Yeah, the Hype Kitty has not joined us today, but I like this. I like this one even more. Whee! Only 25, it's not much. This is a really cool build. Like, especially the 4 in here. Very cursed. And we're just 1.5 minutes to go. But I think this is a good build. It's only 2.1. Then the whole point of this is that we want to make carbon, and that's just coal, and that so we need to sort of convert this into coal. Which mining level does it jam? It's true. Nope, you can't mirror it. I mean, yes, you can mirror it that way, but you can't mirror it this way. Oh, actually you can. It's just that you can't use the beacons, but you can mirror it. Oops, crap. That shouldn't matter, as long as this one didn't jam or anything. Yeah, you're right. It does tile. Kind of. Will it work if you filter the inserters to output a stack? Here? No. Because, what stack of what? Well, yeah, I guess I could. Because it won't pick up. No. It... Up. Alright. Here. So, I'm gonna take... Love this music. Boop. Boop. 3.3. How close? Yes, 3.3. So, 3319 divided by... That's how many seconds it runs. 0.69. 0.7. That means... and this one will then be... I then need twice as many of the other ones. So that's 1.4-ish of the other ones. And yeah. Yeah, so I think this is definitely the best way to do this. Huh. It's both good and bad. Not good, not terrible. 3.6. Yeah. If I do this, then it becomes even easier tileable. Like that. Whoop. The fun of looking for that one pixel. Come on, little pixel. You know you want it. And just when I'm giving up and go like, no, it can't be done, and then it's there. There you go. Right? Something like this. It's actually nice because this it also oh, it's perfect distance. Woo-hoo-hoo. Nice. And then obviously we are lacking . True gamer could just hit this. This is not awful. I don't hate this. A little bit, but not much. Like, this is a pretty decent amount, and there's only rare or higher quality coming out. And it's a pretty simple build, so you can just like, yeah, okay, we'll have 3 of these, like, boom, and boom. Well, it's each one of these builds is 0.7, so 1.4, 2.8, 4.2. So this is 4.2 per second, of rare or higher quality. So it's not much. Okay, looking at Discord, on Stream Chat or in Factorio. Huh? Stream Chat, okay, the other one. I mean, you post everywhere. So, okay, let me see what is the difference here. I don't get why this would be better. Let me just try recreating it. Not saying that it isn't, but I just don't understand it. No! Oops. Damn. Are there inserters? Maybe it's because it's not with alt mode on, but it just kind of feels weird, this one, to me. And then, of course, the beacon. Here. Commoner goes through quality recycler one time. And that this... But it's not fast enough. Do you also have it here? Do you also have it like this? I don't get it. I don't get why. A bit to the side so you can more slim and only use one peak in the middle. No, I don't think so. Because I want this to go into either both of these. But this one loses the ability to also do it here. See, it's not fast enough. Not back to train. What? I don't understand anything here. I just don't understand what is the point of what are you trying to do that I'm trying to faithfully recreate it in order to understand what the point is. Like, you're trying to get some common ore through here, but by getting that common ore through here, you can't guarantee that you're going to be emptying the uncommon ones. Because it might just be jammed with whatever. See, it might just continue to do this and never get to the uncommon ore. Maybe it will, but maybe it won't. Quality ore goes back to train. Yeah, okay, so this one is only... Yep. It works here, because these are fast enough. Does it? Yeah, okay, so it does. And now it starts processing this. The one thing I don't really understand about this one is like I noticed that I needed this one. But maybe I don't anyway, and it because this has way less productivity here. Or maybe the fact that up here this is waiting for ingredients almost all the time because it's waiting for ingredients because it doesn't have enough. Merlin, thank you for the tier 1 for 54 months. Let me try this one. Like, do we even need this? Is the question. No. Yeah, okay. So I built this when something. Let's try something else. Oh, now I don't have an actual output. But this one was actually nice. Ah, but these are not affected down here. Yeah, so as long as I only have one miner, then I don't need it. But if I have two miners, then I do need it. And then my next question is, how do I get this shit out here? I'm missing somewhere to get the actual product out. Like, this is awesome, but all the goodies are stuck in here. I don't really see an option. Output from train to underground by recycler. What? Does this work? Maybe. No, just barely not. Inserter under train to underground. Oh yeah. No. I don't know how I do that. To under like. No, I don't know how they would do that. Like here, yeah. But the question is then if it's keeping up. This one is struggling with no ingredients. Target full. Okay, so these ones, if they're faster, it would work better. And stuck. This one's waiting for ingredients, this one's waiting for ingredients. These two are, as long as this has no ingredients, then I am maxing out on inserter speed. And it is, like right now, at this tech level, it's balancing. But that's... I don't want to design to a specific scenario like this. Quality ore into the train, take them straight out. What? I can't take them straight out. Because take them straight out from there, yes. But they could also come from here or here. Like these are also producing quality. So. From the quality recycler, yes, but that's not all of it. Then I lose the capabilities for getting this one out. Like the mining, it's not a lot, but it is something. Oh, it died. Yeah, it died. This one's taking rare ore, yeah? What is... And this is the problem with always having this one in here. This is what I suspected, because if you allowed this to also... Oh, right. Oh, that's simply because there's no room for it. Is that not fast enough to delete these? It's an uncommon gem, yes. Oh, sorry. I think there should be like one allocated to each of them, just so that at least one stack can be put in. I like the first one more, yeah, me too. But this one was... This is not the one that Nuke Marine was making. Blacklist for this one? Yeah, no, because that's the whole point of this design compared to this design. This one is saying that one is dedicated to only doing the uncommon ones, while these up here are just burning through normal ones. Yeah, I like this one better. It might... I do think that the original one that Nuke Marine was making made sense, but it was also just like a very small build. On the other hand, it is exactly the same as that one. Damn. It's just that I'm having redundant recyclers here at this tech level. They might not be always redundant, because if we suddenly increase this one radically to 200, for example, would it still work? Can always unresearch this, but $191. So now this is producing 130, twice as much as before. And these are now still working, while this is probably choking a lot. And if I kill this part here and try to revert it to what Nuke Marine did before. Yeah. How do I remove that? I can't. And yeah. So now the question is, will this keep up when there's only half as much of this? No, it will not. But this one is more robust towards higher. So this one is more compact, but it does cap out at some point. This one is a lot more robust in terms of in terms of scaling up with more mining productivity. At some point, you know, is speed module and recyclers at top. Yeah, you can just put target fold, yes. This one I don't think matters much, but it's this one. See, now it's no ingredients. Now these two, the swing speed of these two is the limiting factor. Hey, I'm not saying it's that, it's just, this is a smaller build, but it just caps out at, let's say 200 mining productivity. This one can endure 200 mining productivity, but it then has some idle components in the less than 100 productivity module, or mining productivity. Yeah, you know, trade-offs. But I think it's nice that we have some cursed designs. We like cursed designs. Ah, this one jammed. Jammed for the wrong reason. Oh, right, we scaled up to 200%. Oops. Then it just couldn't keep up. Okay, well that's also worth noting, that this one is not robust towards that. Damn. But that's all we do today. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for the glorious trains and the support and funds and designs and all that good stuff. Wednesday I'll be back and I have a surprising game for you. Surprising that is exciting new stuff, but a game that I'm super excited about. As soon as I turn on the stream, I'm gonna start playing it. It's a turn-based card game, city builder, colony builder. It's amazing. It's old, but I love it, and I wanna play it with you so you can see it. So we're gonna do that on Wednesday. So come check that out. Unfortunately, there's no more Star Rupture until next year. So, but then we also have Alchemy Factory the weekend or next week. So definitely lots of good stuff. Thank you for joining. Good night. Take care and stay effective.